Alright, today's one is going to be on assembling LO-LA. So this one has taken a long time to try and get right. The hardest one's been the painting. So with the painting of it, there's actually 3 layers that are involved. So first one, priming and sanding, getting it as smooth as you can. White on the top. For the red coat, I've basically got a black undercoat. So first layer is a gloss black. Then on top of that goes a shiny metallic colour, something like that. I've just used a Rust-Oleum. And then over the top of that is like a red lacquer, which is one of the duplicate colour, anodized red. And the trick is, well, there's several tricks I've got. The silver and black one can go fairly close to each other in terms of laying down the coat of paint. Kind of 10 minutes between each kind of thing is good enough, and that'll come up with an okay finish. The main one is that anodized paint on top. It really will do horrible orange peel if you go too thick. It's really easy to go too thick, so you're getting a good 24 inches back from the thing when you're spraying it. It's trying to get as fine a mist as you can, and lots of light coats. If you go too heavy, you'll get 2 effects. One, you'll get the orange peel because too much of it will try and dry too quickly, and it'll just suck up the paint underneath and make a horrible crackling effect. Or the other one is you'll get paint runs on it as well, which really sucks. So this one's not too bad. This is the second one that I've made now. I'm going to make 3 in total. So today we're going to try and assemble it. So I'm going to put it together, put the electronics into it. Given my table's not the tidiest because I've got so much stuff, I'm just going to chuck this down just to protect the paint a little bit just as I go along. So first part's these flaps themselves. So you see underneath there's the black. To paint it, all I've done is just use green masking tape. So mask the outside areas and that, sprayed white, masks the white, sprayed everything black, masks the flap areas and the white area, sprayed silver, and then after that doing the anodized duplicate color thereafter. Sorry, I have a box with all the printed parts. Basically that'll screw in like that. And then that comes through into here. If you get it right, like that. And then what I've found, you can use screws, but it's really hard to get in down here. What I've done is just use a piece of filament. And that fits quite nicely, gives enough freedom to move around, and makes quite a good hinge joint. So that can go on with a little bit of force, but still plenty of room for it to move. And then I can just trim that off at the end just with a pair of side cutters. And then that gets that effect there. So it's nice free movement. You don't want it to be restrictive. Anything that's going to give, I guess, resistance to the servo won't give you a nice smooth move. So first step is going to be attaching these babies to here. And this one to here. And for that, I've got some nice little small M2 screws. Let's get a collection of these bad boys out. You want to make sure that these screws aren't too long, otherwise you will be making a nice indentation as it pushes the screw to the other side on the back of that, which nobody wants. These ones are unfortunately just a little bit too long, but they're the smallest I have, and I don't have the time to wait to get a bunch of new parts sent over from China. Love AliExpress, greatest place. It's actually hard to get some of these really small screws at the local shops around here, so I don't mind waiting 3 or 4 weeks at times if I've got enough projects on the go. I can just kind of stack up a few projects, make sure I've always got something I can work on. And in the meantime, yeah, I'll improvise where I need to. So for now, what we're going to do is we're going to cut these things. Right, now all that sketchy dremeling is all done. We can start the assembly piece. Let's just start here. Cool. So we're just going to line up. I'm not going to glue it. Could glue it. This will be good enough. I'm just going to get them started first, just so they're in the hole. These are identical, so there's not like a left and right one or anything like that. Just make sure there's no burrs on the cuts if you're having to do like me and modify your screw. Don't drop them on the floor, just like I did. Come back to that one. So now we line it up. And screw in. Not going to do it too tight because you don't want to press through on the back, right? It's just enough to make it nice and firm. Same thing again on this one. Line it up. Screw it in. Right, okay, we've repaired the mess that we've made, so that's good. We'll just wait for that to cool down. Don't want it to be too hot. Yeah, that's alright. Obviously, if you're cutting it with a Dremel, these things can get real hot, and if you're dealing with plastics, you don't want them to melt. Melty plastic is bad, especially if you spend all this time and effort trying to get the paint and the finish on them really good, and then you go melt something. Done it before, used heat guns to try and fix things and shape them back, and just made a complete mess of it. So there we go. So that's, funnily enough, one of the hardest parts is to getting that in there right. Only hard when you don't have the right screw. Okay, cool. So now we get onto the assembly piece. So as mentioned, that kind of loops into there, and we're going to use that piece of 3D printing filament. It's just, in my case, I'm just using a PLA, or PLA Plus actually. I think there's a PLA Silk. Doesn't really matter. Just something that's the right width. So clearly the struggle is real as we try and make the piece fit. Little pop sound as it goes in. Making sure you're putting the right one on the right side, that's always a bonus too. And same thing here again. Gonna try and get that piece to fit nicely there. And we're in. And that goes like that. So now we're going to get the, in this case it's a little bit of 3D filament. I'm just going to cut it on an angle just to make sure it inserts really easy. I'm going to go through the first hole, through this middle part here, give it a gentle wiggle to figure out So I can feel it's not through the hole yet, and we want it to come out the other side as well. We use the pliers of encouragement. There we go. So that way we know, and remember we cut it on an angle, so we want to make sure that it's flush there. We're going to cut it on one side, cut it on the other side, and hey presto, we have a nice hinge that's nicely seated. It's pretty good. Cool, we're going to do the same thing again, cut it on an angle. See all the lovely spray paint. Okay, through the side here, through the easy side, through the main middle, all the way poking through the other side. So almost slightly easier. Tripping on there, trimming on here. I don't need to glue it or anything. That's more than enough. It's not going to come out because the movement itself, there's enough movement on it. It's not really friction. There's enough friction to hold that in place. So we'll just use it to be friction held. That's pretty good. For the purposes of what we're going for today, that is good enough. Okay, so we've got both of those now rearing to go. We need ourselves one Arduino Mini Pro. I always keep these heater pins just in case. Now for this part we want to make sure that the heater pins, which are these ones on the end here, come out the back here. Now it's a whole lot easier not to use the bent ones here. So we're going to use the straight ones and we're going to do it from the other side. So we're going to go from here, line them up, break them off. Let's go solder. Alright, we're going to make sure that they're all lined up. Yeah, we can use something to hold it up about the right height. That's pretty good. I'm going to use a little bit of flux just to help aid those solder joints. The tip I'm using on this one's quite fat at this point, but it'll be good enough for what we're doing. So a little bit of solder first, hold it to the joint and feed in and wait for it to pop. You'll see it like, once you got it at the right temperature, it'll just suck in and mold to the pin. Here we go, do a quick visual check. Yep, all of those are good. Done. Okay, so yep, we're still rolling. Okay, so that's where the Arduino Mini Pro is going to go. We're going to put a servo in here. We're just going to pressure fit it at the moment. We'll come back to it later on. I'm going to stockpile all these safely over here, and I'm going to regret that otherwise. And these just pressure fit in. So they've got like a little groove and a little groove here. I think probably the first one before I do that, I might do these ones here. So in these cases, the main part of the servo here faces the front of LO-LA, and the cord goes through. There's like a little hole. It's part of the print. In this case, I've printed this thing using a resin printer, just because there's some pretty fine detail in here, and I really wanted this to come up good. Could definitely do it with an FDM, and there are a few parts where I'd suggest an FDM is actually better for it than a resin printer, and I'll come to that a little bit later on. But yeah, this one's done with mostly a resin apart from one part. Cool, so that's now in. We'll get the second servo. There's a total of 6 servos. There's 5 of these, I think they're 3.7 gram servos, and 1 2-gram servo, which is for just a little light at the front for the eye. Cool. Once again, we're going to feed. There's a little hole just there. Feeding that through. Pulling, and then the servo is facing this way, so where the cord comes out, that's how you'll know that you've got it the right way. Cool, so that's now nicely in. Lots of pondering that goes on when you're building these things. Lots of pondering. Oh, I just realised there's a little support piece down there. I need to remove the support pieces. Printing with support, always remove your support piece. It just got stuck down there. One support piece. Right, one more servo. Now this one goes this way. The call out is this cord, this bit here. There's not really much room in here, but that's where it goes. So it does come up, it doesn't feed out through the back and around, it just comes up and over the top. There's just enough room, just like that, for it to be able to do its thing. Cool, so there's 3 servos. It's starting to take shape. Put that there like that. Here's the base piece. It's a real pain. Such fiddly widdly. Okay. So for the next bit, let's do the assembly of the rotation section. So here, my little box of goodies, I've got one of those pieces. Sorry, I have so many of these things now, just from printing multiple copies. Trying to perfect and get them as good as possible. Here's a base plate. I'm going to need that a little bit later for that piece there. That goes in there, and then that goes inside the little LED light section. Here's the piece that turns it, and this is the bit that I'm going to reprint. This is, I've done that in resin, but it needs a brass insert, and brass into resin doesn't go particularly well. So that I will 3D print, and that is why I 3D print that one rather than filament print FDM, rather than resin print, just because it needs a brass insert, because there's a screw that it screws into and holds in place. I did try heat pressing the first time of trying to heat press into a resin and discovered that all it does is you heat it up and up and up and up and then eventually it just cracks. So not the same as an FDM print. I guess I'm not surprised, but it was something new that I learned. That's for the eye, that goes there. I'm going to need 1 and 2 more servos like that. And for the eye, I'm going to need 1 2-gram micro servo. And is there anything else I'm going to want? That for now. That's the other little eye that goes there. Done, this should be good. So that one goes in there, and then this whole assembly piece. I'm going to paint this black, and then I'm going to color it metallic color as well. So I always do like a black gloss undercoat, and then a nice shiny metallic on top. I find it makes it pop the color a little bit more. And this goes that way. I discovered the best way to print this one, just because of the detail that goes into it. On the resin printer, make sure you're printing it, so if this is your print bed up here coming down, this one you want to have the best face on it, because ultimately this piece here clips into it. And he notices just there's a little piece of support. We don't want that support there. So we're going to just chop that piece out. So that fits in just like that. Tight as a glove. That's actually really good. Way cool. It's press fit. Impressed. So hopefully I don't warp that when I paint it, because that's a good fit. Whereas when I thought the easiest way was printing it was that way, what it did is not made a particularly good finish around the section here. So printing that way with the best face, as always, best face painting away from the print bed. Alright, some more of these little tiny screws. Let's try not to lose them this time. Let's put a handful. More than I need, as always. Ideally I'd use a tapered head screw, but I don't have any right now. So let's not pretend like we do. Just notice that those 2 holes do. So there we go. Please, little resin piece, don't break. You've been so good. Don't over tighten though, that's always the lesson. But that's looking pretty good. Blowing out the expelled resin. Everyone wants to see a fail. Me too. But no, not this time. That's good enough. Good enough. It's like just the right amount of oh, hey, guess what? We dropped another screw. Just the right amount of resistance. You want it to bite into the thread, but at the same time not feel like you're about to strip the head of the screw as you do it. Yeah, this one's a good one. I'm trying to get that gap right down. There we go on that one, and if we can found the screw. Cool. All right, next we are going to add the servos. And these can go here. And another servo. Again, these are little 3.7 gram. I think it says 5 gram in the thing, but actually when I ordered them it was 3.7 grams. Cool. Again, the headpiece here where the servo arm goes is closest to the center. This is where the axle is going to be. So one on this side. We're going to go in this way first. We'll screw that in shortly. Again, going like that. I wonder if we'll just do the old, should we do that? Let's just see what these are like to screw in. If they are, we might drill it. Oh look, hey, guess what? We dropped a screw. I'm like a screw magnet. No, these aren't too bad at all. So let's put this up on something so I can press down on it. Looks good. And we will do the same with the next screw. Might as well use up the ones provided. Making sure not to lose the little screw for the servo head. Really helps to have like a little magnetic screwdriver. Be even better if it's stuck. He says, I wish I had a magnetic screwdriver. There we go. That is great. When you invariably get to the point where you strip a thread and you go, dope. Come back to that. There's no hurry. Try to do as best as I can. I may have broken a few bits, but I do put them back. use one of ours. At least the heads on these screws can take a bit of force. That's stripping. It's not. Let's clear out the rod and then do it. And that worked so much better. Line up the head. Let's give it something to press down on. Almost done. There we go. It's looking good. Let's see if we can throw it away, get in a decent screw. Clear the crud out of the looks good. Hey, at least it didn't drop on the floor. Like today's lesson is on how many times it's possible to drop a screw. There we go. That's good. So much better. A little bit more to go. Nice. Okay. So that piece ultimately goes in like up and out of the way. Up and then like that. And then they screw in through these holes here with some more bolts. But not till right at the very, very end. So till then, we can come back to that. And what happens is inside of here, we have this piece here. Again, another piece goes through there. We need the ability to screw that. What I might do, let's see if we could do that using a piece of copper. One of the catches is if you do it too soon, I discovered, there's a screw down the bottom there that goes through, and you need enough space to get your screwdriver to turn it, because on the other end there's a nut that goes through. If you place your wire or your filament through that hole there, now then it blocks where the screw goes. But maybe we can put in a piece of copper wire and bend it. So if I take a piece of this, longer than I need because we can always cut it. We'll come back to getting that measured. That can go through like that. And what we want to do is bump that way, which we should be able to do if we lever it across. So I think that'd work, and then I can just bend these down. So what I might do in that case, so that goes that way. So the first piece is we need to create the right length between that fitting. So I'm going to go create one of these. We're going to do this. We don't need to screw it in or anything like that. We're going to make a first attempt at where center is going to be. We can worry about where center is later. We've got some code that we can do to help center all the servos and then make sure everything fits correctly. But at least to be able to get things set up, we're going to do this. Right, we need to figure out what is the length that we want. Yep, so it's got different thickness copper wires for making all the various different parts I need. So first one. It's like a Z bend, Z, depending on what country you come from. Not my pronunciation matters to me that much. And then next we need about 18 mil. So just chop that here, we can always come back. It's 18 mil from the inner part to the inner part here. So if I do that, I should be able to bend that way. I'm going to do a quick check and go, is this still about 18 mil? Yeah, I'd say yes it is. So I can then chomp. Leave that for the next piece because we're going to need another one of those in just a second. And then in this piece, this goes this way. Shook. Nice. We get the servo horn auto removed. Make sure we figure out which way it goes. It goes that way. Looking good. B to the A is long, that goes that way. So that will go through there. I'm just going to ever so loosely just put it on there. I don't want to do it tight or anything like that because when it starts, if the centering's wrong, I just want it to pop off. That's just much easier if it does that. And then now I can feed through this piece of copper wire through the holes, come out the other side, and And before I do anything, I want to get that copper wire out of the way. So we are going to pry that ever so gently. I'm going to make sure it's enough so that it's got room to. You know what? That's going to work. So there we go. It's just like a little V shape there. I can always still pull it out if I've got enough, because just strength, it's only copper, and I can just cut it with a pair of side cutters if I needed to. But it means I can have this up and running and assembled. And in fact, I don't even need to have these dangly bits out the side. I can just, because it's not going to come out now, I'm going to shoot these across the room. Always wear safety glasses. Cha-ching. There we go. Thing of beauty. Let's pop that back on. Okay. All right, next piece. So the next part is, and this goes this way in here, like a so. There's even room for a cord to run down there. That's good. I like that. I don't know. In that case, we could probably actually. You know what? We could do that. That'd be cool. Now that we've created it with that V shape in there, we could actually screw these in. Sweet. Okay. Same thing again. 1.5 mil. Drill bit. We just have another couple of resin plugs by the looks. And another one. And we might as well do these. They're pretty good. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Don't eat the resin. Children, don't eat the resin. Alrighty mundo. Okay, so what we were going to do, we said that the longer side there, it's going to be facing where the battery goes. Battery goes there, like so. On the other side, we're going to line up the 4 holes, and we're going to use my screws. Because they're better than the ones that came with the zeros. I find doing them on the diagonal gives the best support. Grand. I think I'm going to end up making 3 of these. Actually, a good little project. Very fiddly, but quite rewarding. And that is controlled by the server there, which I'm not going to force because that would be bad. Right, okay, next one. So now that we've got this in place, doing well, doing well. Clap, clap, clap. We would like I'll get this as well. So this is the USB board that can go there. What else do I need? I need some batteries. What kind of batteries do I want? Hey, look, here's one I prepared earlier. Actually, really hard to get batteries from places these days. Like, really hard. I do still get them from AliExpress wherever I can, but it can take a long time these days. Just gonna have to make sure that that's the right height. So what I might do is I might hot glue that in there and then hot glue again on top, and that'll be just enough of a buffer to raise it up and I can press it down to the right height. Gonna need it to be in there reasonably well anyway, but that's okay. Right, so next this is gonna go on top, and for this we want to have a bolt and a locking nut. What was the length of the bolt? I think it was an M20. So it's a M220 with a locking nut. So let's go grab one of those. After building projects for a few years, you really do start collecting everything you could possibly need. M20. That looks like an M20. It's actually an M3 at Lowe's. Oh, it's a 16. Okay, that's fine. We want it's an M316. What's that measurement? That's pretty good. That's a 16. Wow. Aren't I lucky? And so yeah, I tell lies. It's an M3 16. Auto lock. This screw's handy because I'm sure I'm going to be coming back for that. Right, what type of? Oh, we've got one of these. Is it one of these? Good guess. So this is where this goes through here, and you really do need to have enough space. And look at that, we do. We can tune it. That's great. that goes on, and then how can that be an M316? I reject the reality and substitute my own. It will not fit with the M16 suggested. I may have it wrong, but it don't look like it's gonna work. So let's change that from an M16 to an M20, because what we do need is at the very top, that's going to be going into a threaded piece here, and we need at least 4mm. And the M16 looks like it will only go to the very, very top of that, so I don't quite know why it says that's an M16. But it is a 3mm. Is it the same? It'll do. That goes like that. See, now it pops up the top, and you want that because that piece goes on top like that, but with a brass insert in your FDM printed, not resin printed piece. Now this is the tricky part, because you've got a threaded a auto lock nut, which is actually really hard to hold and tighten, and you can't get anything in there, so you must make your own tools. So I improvised and made a tool just in the shape of the nut that I can hold in here, and I can tighten. A little bit, that's pretty good. Just a little bit more. Okay, too tight. Too tight. Oh, somewhere in between that. I don't want to have any play. That's pretty good. So not too much side to side play. So enough that it can freely turn. I do need to get that one to go down as best I can, because here we go, it just rides over the top. This is where we're going to put this in, right? Okay. Done. Look, we're making progress. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I wish brass inserts would go into these things. Could glue it, but let's come back to that. We'll decide. This looks so much better with all the same pieces. The FTM's a bit chunky. Right, drink time. Right, what was I going to do? Okay, all right. Focus, Mike. He did do rock. So in this case, yeah, see, this is interesting on the instructions because it does come with instructions. It does say an M3 by 20, but the parts list lists an M3 by 16. So that's what threw me. So it is an M3 by 20 for that screw there. Right, next for this one, we need to connect this one to this servo. In fact, I'll move that with the other servo horns over here. So we're going to need to get ourselves the servo horn in preparation. I don't know why they call it a servo horn. If you know, do post in the comments. Saves me looking it up. Lazy. Alrighty, so we're going to be 20 by 2 by 2. Yeah, okay, one of those. So again, we use the thinner one. Out of curiosity, it is. Let's zero that. About 0.885. Around there. Thickness. So I'd say 1 mil or less would be good. But at 0.85, it's got a bit of room to play within the hole that's in there. So I suspect it's a 1 mil hole. So in this case, we're going to create a piece that goes up. We're going to try and keep this as flat and level and straight as possible, because nothing worse than a piece that's not straight. We need to measure up a 20. Move that out of the way. Doesn't have to be perfect. It'll do. It's nowhere near my. So if that's going to be the case. And end. And we recheck. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It really, really doesn't, because I can fix it up by adjusting the servo horn if you're close enough, or if it's just fine tuning just with code. But to be honest, that's pretty good. That way, and we can do like a little Z-shaped piece here. Chop off the end. Chong. And we are ready to go again. Get that out of the way. The hardest part of this is actually the electronics. Getting the fiddly wires. Yep, that was a burp. Getting the fiddly wires to go in the fiddly holes. Just make sure it actually fits. It does. Cool. I don't want you to go that way. I want you to come out. I should have used another piece. That's where my little pliers would be really handy. If I tidied my desk up, I would know where the little pliers were. The struggle is real. I do not want to bend. I'll try and keep that as good as possible. I don't want to drill that out. I do want it to just work though. Hindsight says before I screwed that on, I could have put this in, I could have press fit it. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. Alright kids, this is where you go. It would have been a whole lot easier to remove it and add it before, like I said. But now you're committed to the course, so you just keep going. Keep struggling. Just keep swimming. There's just a bit too much resistance there. Alright, okay, so we need to loosen that off a little bit because we had that tight, but tighter than it needs to be now that it's got that little piece of brass in there. There we go, that's better. Screw that down just a little bit more. I'm going to be screwed down just a little bit more. Yeah, that's better. Okay, cool. Yeah, sweet. Nothing to see here. Right, so we again chuck through that piece like so. We're going to roughly chuck it on there. We'll chuck some code through before we tighten any screws or anything like that. We don't want to go too far. But making some progress. So this is the base piece. That will go on like that, and that whole section fits in through that hole there. Right. What should we do next? I think next we'll actually do this piece here. Check that fits on. So it's going to go there. Do I have a spare piece of this piece? Yeah. Some of these can be a tight fit, so we do need to probably want to make that a little bit better than that. Let's make sure that everything's trimmed up for a start. Just giving a bit of a beveled edge on the top piece, just so if it's going to slide against anything, it tries to force itself to center. It doesn't catch quite so much. And similar on here. Just making sure that things like paint and stuff haven't created another layer. And I might even chuck a bit of sandpaper down here too. Let's just check that. Yes, it's not bad, like it fits, but it's just got a bit of resistance, which I don't like. I want that to be really, really smooth, because there's a bit of weight for the top, and it's only a small servo that it's moving at. And it is on the lever, so on that basis, let me grab some more sandpaper. Oh, no, here we go. Here's one I prepared earlier. Don't need much. Wonder if I'm sure the missus will appreciate this. This is where people have those real crafty little knife files, little hand files. That'd be great. Something small that can easily fit in there. Don't inhale the fumes, kids. certainly feels better that way. Now, adjust the centerpiece. So that'll make it a bit more round. Is that enough? No, it's not enough. How much do I do this? Let's just. Always use a respirator. I'm not going to lie. But this is only a little minor sanding job. So what I'm seeing is some marks just on there. So I think I need to especially on this side, I need to keep going there. Don't throw the Arduino board away. We also have to hope that this is exactly the same size as the other piece I've got. Oh, there we go. That's much, much smoother. Alright, now we're going to check with this piece. Which looks pretty good. really fine sandpaper now. Okay. May even put some like graphite powder lubricant in there as well, just to really smooth that. You know what, I might just do this. Just to get this really smooth. Do what I should have done. I'm gonna get this piece all good first, and I'm gonna use this one on it. I'll make sure it's nice and smooth. This is much easier to modify this piece than it is the hole that's in there. Taking the tiniest amount off because it's pretty good as it is. Just a little bit all the way around. You just don't want it to bind on the sides. When I see it, I should have just taken the other piece off. Well, this is one of the reasons why. So when you do it, don't do it the way I did. Make sure you get a good fit first. Yeah. This is 120, sorry, 1200 grit at the moment. I'm running at 800, unfortunately. 800 is probably one of my favorites for sanding stuff. Yeah, around the 280 and the 800 grit is great for everything 3D printing. Unless you're trying to get like really glossy metallics, then you can get up into the, you're going to have to sand through phases, so do your 200s, maybe even a 400 if you can, then an 800, 1200, then your 2000s and 3000s, and then that really makes a difference in terms of the finish. And if you've got like a good spray on filler, it'll come up beautifully. Right, let's check again. Yeah, that's so much better. Checking for binding on any side, and I can't feel anything. What I might do, I might go grab some graphite powder. I'm going to do this bit over the sink. It's hellishly messy. You don't want it on your fingers. It goes everywhere. It's just like pencil graphite. I'm just going to spread some on here and buff it up a little bit. And then I'll come back. I just don't want to make sure my fingers are nice and clean because I don't want the graphite all over Lola's white paint. And we're done. So, what am I sitting on? Oh, look, electronic piece. Just a real light dusting of some graphite powder. Put graphite powder on the bottom as well, just for make it easier for it to turn. And it is even better. It's smooth. It just fills all the little grooves. Sticks reasonably well. As they can get all over your hands, so use gloves if you've got time. Otherwise, you just soap and water will wash it straight off. So what we're going to do, we're going to take this off. Like after all that hard effort of trying to get this on, and all those struggles, we are going to remove this, and we're going to put on the piece that we've done that fabulous job. Sanding and putting graphite powder on. We've even got the servo lead in place. So once I've done this piece, I'm going to go wash my hands, because while it doesn't matter too much if this one gets, graphite powder on it, just because it's a silver anyway. And in fact, this one's actually got some graphite powder on it. I'll just make it a little bit. Yeah, that's better. Nice. Custom piece. Who would have thought? That looks good. Sweet, that's done. Right, so next piece. We do have to check is why that's not sticking out, and that's because it's got caught on that V-shaped bogger. That's a shame. Get down there to fish that out. That's not bad. Right, so we can see my struggle, my V shape down here. The head of the screw has decided to ride up over the top of it rather than stay under it. So we just need something small-ish to pull that out. Small and firm-ish to pull that out. That doesn't bend. Let's use a piece of that. As he drops another piece. Yep. Booyah. You stay on the underside. Thank you very much. Here we go. Now we can tighten it back up again. Oh, something didn't quite look right. Seem to be on a bit of a funny angle. Uh-oh. So what we're doing is we're checking we're wanting to check that it turns really smoothly still. Yeah, I've done it just a little bit too tight. It's really hard to check when you've got the servo horn in place. Back up. That's better. You just don't want it to be all floppy. That's probably the worst thing. Don't want a floppy one. Here we go, that'll do. Nice. What next? What should we do next? Now, I've got a bunch of new brass M3. Let's see what one of them will fit. I'm gonna roll the dice. I don't think I've printed lots of bits. He lies, I do have one. What's the fit like? Yes, definitely needs some sanding. Let's just try first. If I get too lazy, what I'll do is I'll drill that out to about the same size as that and then glue it in. If it doesn't need a lot of resistance and hold on there. But it does need some. You know what? Let's try it. Let's put that on. Let's have a nosy. So I can try and press with it. How do I do this without breaking it? Do. Something to go across. Do. Really? Is this going to work? Holy Toledo. That did work. So I just drilled it out to a 4.5mm and just press fit a brass insert. Minor crackage, but it's not bad. I can live with that. Sold. Let's do that. Okay. Right. Next piece. What are we going to do? See, we're going to try and do all of the, I guess, the metal pieces, assembly pieces. We'll do code and electronics pretty much last. The electronic bit's actually pretty straightforward now that we've done the board. It's just basically grab your board, grab your programmer, make sure you line up which one's which. In this case, 5V is yellow,
check which one of these is 5 volt. VCC is this one here, so third one, so I know I've got it around the right way. Seems to be reasonably forgiving if you get it the wrong way, but don't. Just make sure you've checked it each time. VCC 1, 2, 3. VCC 1, 2, 3. This is a 5 volt board. Let's grab LO-LA code. Open recent LO-LA. And I really didn't have to do anything. It was just fantastic. It just worked. So let's not do anything fancy, but select the port. So port COM9 and upload. Uploading, done uploading, and we're done. It's as simple as that. Now we have LO-LA code on here. And I dropped it. Done burgers. Right. So we don't need that bit, we'll keep that for a rainy day. Definitely didn't wash them as well this time. Must have done it too short because my previous ones didn't have holes full of resin, and when you're lazy, is there any other holes I need to check? I'd just destroy it if I did. I'm not going to do that. That's why I glued them last time. I do not want to munt up the paint on it. Maybe I could use a Dremel and get in there with a small bit, or even like one of those extension bits. I just don't want to damage it. See, we've already got dirt on it. That'll at least wash off. Or I could sand it or paint it. Put the special piece away. I don't know how they did it without something like that. I guess unless they had like a really small socket. Thinking like with some of those radio control cars, like the Tamiya RC cars used to have like a cross-shaped like piece for tightening up bolts, and that might fit in there. You just need something that's hollow that you could push all the way through and not hit the sides would be the only catch. But that worked for me. That was certainly my way of doing it. All right, next bit, we are going to create a pivot point down here, and that is going to go into here like so, and we're going to put something in there. So I might just use my same technique again, which is just using a little bit of filament. Yeah, it's got a little bit of give, that's fine, that works for me. chopping off both ends. This is going to be inside this piece here, so I don't actually have to worry about the piece falling out. It's actually got a little bit of resistance, which is good. But if it was anywhere else, then that might be an issue. But this is perfectly fine for what I'm doing. So that effectively goes like that. Do we want to do just a quick sand? Quick sand. Anything we can do to make that movement smoother. I don't think I'll do graphite on this one, it's just easy enough to shape this to the right shape. Just make it slightly smaller. That's better. Checking the free movement, it's got good movement. And now we will figure out where, oh there it is. Where does, so what we're going to do is for this piece here, it's got to go through there. And there's a hole right there, and we're going to poke this through that hole and onto the other side. We're not going to use that because that hole is way small. So instead we will use this one. Put a little bend on each end. Okay, good to know. Not that one, too thick. We shall use this one. That's why I always have different thicknesses of copper handy. Such a... Here we go, that one goes nicely. You can see that goes through. Just going to line up the hole. Do want that to be straight. Right, cool, done. So in this case, I can create a little bend little bend here. We're going to make sure that we've got this pushed all the way through. And grab something that we can press down on this. There you go. And that'll just make sure that that doesn't fall out. That holds it in place. It doesn't get in the way of the flappy arms. There we go. So now we have a piece that can go up and down. And I might just go put some graphite powder in there just to make it even more smooth back in a second. Right, we're back again. Getting really close now. Soon it's going to be the electronics. Soldering up, which is a mishmash. We're going to do the eye probably next. That'll go in there. Press fit, which is good. Just remove the. Oh, I might paint that too. So I'm going to paint that, and the other piece. Yeah. Got to paint that black, got to paint that silver, and that you don't see. That just goes behind this. So we'll do that one of the next ones. So that basically clips in there. This piece does need to be painted black. There's an LED that gets inserted with hot glue in there. And that's just the little eye movement. That one we might be able to do with a piece of either filament or here's a little piece of carbon fiber. Yeah, I might do carbon fiber. Yep, that would work. And I'll just make sure that works. Yep, that fits in nicely. So we'll do that one with carbon fiber, just so it's really smooth. Grand. Okay, so next we want to size up the joint for that. So the piece of wire. Because I got spare pieces, we can find out here's the small wire. I think I made this mistake last time, which is do this piece before you put this in, and you'll see why now. It's not a mission if you don't. It's just a whole lot easier if you do. So first one is we'll put it in a bend. I don't think this will even let me take it all the way up. Yep, so I'm going to be limited on how much I can do it by what that really do feel I'm going to have to do that again. That would suck if I have to do that again. But I think that's what I did last time. I think I made this exact mistake. The catch is there's not that much room to put this in. It needs to be at least that wide with enough room on the end that I can bend it over so it holds it in place. So this is the type of thing that you might want to fit before you put it in. Don't make the same mistakes. I wonder if I can edit a little message in there that says the same thing. Right, so we're going to measure this down to be 10 millimeters or approximately 10 millimeters. So about that. Really? 10 millimeters. Okay. We shall not argue. Might make it a little bit more. I'm just going to make it a traditional Z shape. Make the Z shape, cut off a little bit on the end. I've got a servo horn for that one yet, so let's grab a servo horn. Let's grab it from a packet where I haven't already taken the servo horn. I'm going to put that on there. So we're going to poke it through, around the loop, down that way. Down. So we're going to put this on a slight angle. So again, sharp point to try and get it to go in. Trimmed it down a little bit more. Yeah, I think that'll work. There we go. Like a glove. So that should pull that in, that should be better. I think that is now good enough. Time to be brave. Time to glue. Because I'm not going to screw these in. Because I don't want to screw these up. That's probably the way I'll say it. There's not much in the way of mounting points, but there are obviously places like these that we can put it. We just need to make sure we press fit it quickly and hold. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, same with these things. I won't put the metal arms on these ones. I'll measure it up and put them in, but I won't put the pieces on. One of the catches is when you're programming, because there's a couple of programs you can do, you can modify the code to center all of the servos. So you have them in the centerpiece and then do it. Then you can make sure all the servos are in the right place. You can then make sure that you've got the servo arms positioned correctly. Then you can change the code again. But if you do that, then this tries to close on where the cords go for that. So you don't want to damage anything. Let me back the screw out because we're gonna do the glue method. Glue, glue, glue. Okay, so make it like that. We are gonna drop a few blowies of glue here, here, here. Smear it around. Again, make sure you do this right and you do this quick. Because once you get it in, you've got a very short window. So there we go, I think we're good there. We do 10-second hold, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, good enough. Sure, I could always do longer. And we will repeat on this side. Move that out of the way. A few dabs of super glue. I find these little tubes with slightly harder sides much easier to use than the, I don't know if they're aluminum or tin-based ones. Little tubes are a real pain in the end, but try not to get cyan acrylate on your fingers. Holding it to count of 10. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right. That's those done. Right. Here. And we pause. Okay, minor update. Don't get super glue on the middle piece. It sticks. That sucked. But we managed to remove a little bit of acetone help solve that, and some sanding to smooth that back up again. We are now going to take a break. We are going to go paint a few pieces. So I'm just going to spray them black at this point. That will be silver. The inside of that will be silver. Black and black. But all will need to be black to start with. Silver comes second. Let me do that. We'll be back in a few minutes. So what I'm doing now, I've just got a servo tester, so I was just centering it. So in this case it sweeps between 800 to 22. So pretty much halfway through that. It's 1500. I actually think I'm going to make that longer, because one of the catches when I go to the 2200 at its full extent, it's pressing down on here, so I think I will make that longer. So I'll do that next. Also, I have got a glue gun ready to go. We are going to hot glue that battery in place. We'll do that there like that. Let's do that now. I need to actually raise it up to make sure that the I've got a USB piece that needs to go in here, so I need to make sure that that's got plenty of room to go in, but that should do. Just need to turn the hot glue gun off. Right, let's. I know that's a pain for this one because I mean having to take that off again, but I really think if I want to have decent movement, I'm going to need to make that longer. So we're going to do that. Do that while we can. At the moment I've got paint currently drying in the garage. Around. So we've got a good little while before we'll be able to do the next major piece. So what we're going to do, let's measure this up. So I think from memory that was 20. Let's loosen that. 20. So we're going to make a new one of those. A piece longer than I need. First piece is the bit that points up. So that's the piece that comes up from the bottom underneath. We want to make this slightly longer. So if that's 20, let's make that 24. 25, let's push him a luck. Let's go 20. No, let's do 24. I can live to regret that another day. Around there. We will clamp around it because that's where we're going to bend from. Make sure that's upright. Bend that way. Should give a nice bend. And bend it back like a Z. Trim the ends. And we are good. So I'm going to put the servo one back on again. Just like last one, this was a real pain to get in, but we're in. Let's go this way. Okay, so we tune that back to 1500. That's about right. So we want that exactly in the middle. So we line that up in the middle here as well. And that way, we can still turn that way. Yeah, way better tuning. So that's about right. So 24. So now I've got more movement left and right, because what was happening is I'd get probably 30 degrees one direction and 10 degrees the other. So that makes me feel a lot happier with how that's come out. Cool, so that's, we'll center that back again just so we know that that's centered. We've done this other one here as well. We know that that's centered. And in fact, to the point that we can actually just chuck the grub screw in these two. Given that we know that they are now centered and correct. And these ones are easy because their natural position is centered. Otherwise we'd be looking to the left or up or down. Cool, one done. Grab the next grub screw. I probably won't do the grub screws on the other ones, just a little bit more tricky to get them in. If I had time and patience, I would definitely do it. I don't have time and patience, so I won't. I'm trying to get this done before flying out to the States tomorrow. For whatever reason, this one is proving tricky for it to want to go in on the right angle. I know that the screwdriver is coming in this way. Why are you being so painful? You shall not beat me. We will do this. Let's take one of those batteries out. Don't want to waste that. Got you. Done. Great. We're going to make sure that this is raised up just a little bit. And I also have to modify this piece here. That'll do it. I just found that there wasn't enough room for the plug to go before on the last one, so we are going to make sure there is enough room. Right, now I don't have the right switch for this one, so we're going to drill a switch down the side, and we're going to do some soldering. So let's do a solder down here. We'll do the speaker and the DF player here. Right, prepping for things. So what we're going to do now is this will get hot glued on here eventually, but what we're going to do first is we're going to create like a bus bar, basically a strip of copper, in this case 2 strips of copper, one for positive, one for negative. Actually what I might do is I might tin it now. So with copper wire, it's got like an enamel coating on it. You've got to remove that if you actually want to use it to get to the conductive core. So just using some sandpaper, just to go all around and make sure that's removed. Cool, and we'll chop that piece off. Right, so from here what we'll do, I've separated it, just put 1 row of separation just to give myself a bit more room for wiring things on and not worrying about making a mess or a mistake. So we've wired that through, and I'm just going to press it down until that makes a natural. There we go, that's nice and flush. And then I can chop that off there. I'm going to chop that off there. I'm going to repeat that. Remember what I did with my wire, so I'll just, in case this isn't it, I'll make sure it's tinned. You can try and remove it with the heat and the solder, but this just makes life a whole lot easier, knowing that it's done first. Bend, pull it out, back until I find the bend. There we go, that looks pretty good. Getting it real close to the line. So now that I've done that, I've got two lines there. I'm going to use a little bit of flux. I just want everything to stick really well to it. I got the heat on the soldering iron, which really needs a new tip by the looks. Warm this one down. A lot of soldering. Why don't we put this into a grip, even more useful. So just basically tinning the whole thing, just so that it's got an easy coat for things to attach to, because I'll be soldering wire directly onto that fairly soon. So this is effectively the plus and minus terminals. There we go. And that's come up pretty good. And we shall repeat that process, because on the top piece I'm going to have to do it again, just with a slightly longer piece. So in this case I've done it 6. Doesn't have to be 6, you could actually do it longer. I was just measuring before. I could have done a 9, done both 9 top and bottom. It really doesn't matter. I'm not actually using the holes to solder on. I'm actually just soldering it directly onto the run of copper. There's not a whole lot of room in there, so don't want to be too fancy. And in that way I can kind of lay the wires flat rather than poking up and then creating something that sticks up on the device. Right, I'm just going to trim that there, so we know I've soldered it. Sorry, strip the cover that much, twist, pull down, up, back down again, line it up, put the hole through, push, push, push. Gonna try and get it as flat and flush as possible before I start chopping. Done. There we go. Didn't lose it that time. Did try to roll off the table. Saw that, didn't you? maybe you didn't see it. Depending on what my camera angle is. Who knows? We really need to create a better setup if I'm going to do this more often. Easy as if. Stick to shorts. And we will chop that piece off. We will trim that piece there. We will chuck it into. I'll do one at a time. Don't always take shortcuts, and they never work when I take shortcuts. Don't take shortcuts. Well, that really didn't come out anywhere near as good as the last one. Oh yeah, that's better. It actually did, he just didn't notice that it had gone on. I thought it was still copper, but when you see it compared to the other one, you do actually see it's now tinned. And that was the aim, is to try and tin it, put a layer of copper on top. Just feeding it as I go along. A little blob on the end. Smoking. Okay. Grabbing the glue gun. While the battery powered glue gun's rather heavy, it is incredibly handy. If you're ever doing stuff where every now and again you have to take your glue gun outside for something, it's completely portable. So, not the best battery in the world, let alone brand, but it works. So, I'm happy with it. We're going to glue this on there, like so. And then we'll start. I think we can start the cut now. We're going to cut off all the connectors on the end because we don't need those. Gone. In fact, while that's heating, we'll also do this one here. So let's do the battery now. So on the battery, basically down the bottom here, there's a negative, a positive terminal. That's where USB, micro USB connects into, and here is your power output, effectively up here, the out negative and out positive up here. I might just wire up. Let's do that now, because we can. Take out far more wire than I need. Far more wire than I need. And we'll wire out this first piece. Still, wire strip is incredibly handy. I would fully recommend them. That's good enough for that. I don't need a whole lot poking out the bottom of it. So these will come through the top piece here. So this is going to be the out positive and out negative. So this is a nice big design for fat wire, which is great, but which is kind of odd because thing only outputs 1 amp, which is not enough. I have to see if there are other ones that I could get, because certainly the ones I have are only 1 amp, and that sucked to the point that I actually had to get some capacitors to handle. In fact, I'll probably have to do them on this one. We'll see how it goes. The peak current draw, because what was happening was I was finding that as I was using it, the servos would draw too much current. It would cause a voltage sag on the Arduino Mini Pro, and as a result of that, then, yep, that looks good. It would cause it to restart, which is highly undesirable. Right, so now we will do the battery. Now this is a LiPo battery. You do not want to short circuit a LiPo battery. Bad things happen. Don't short circuit a LiPo battery, children. So I do it one at a time. That way I'm confident that it's not accidentally going to make contact with the other side. So we're going to do it that way. So battery positive, red positive. Make it sure once more. Where's the history thing? Stop straggling, Mikey. Right, we are going to put just a dollop of flux on it. That'll just make that little bit extra. Big old blobby solder. Only got one hand, can't be bothered using the stand. It would be so much smarter to use the stand. There we go, and we're soldered. And it's a good solder joint, that's fine. So we can now safely proceed to the next one. What I might do is, even before that, I know I'm going to be doing a switch, so I might just do the switch. It's kind of like a fuse almost. Well, not really, but at least means that as soon as I plug this in, these wires are going to be live. That's great, but I don't want them to be live just yet. So I'm going to install this down here. So in order to do that, we're going to drill a holesy. Continuity. So in this case, the theory should be the middle pin is the main one I care about, and then it'll either be the outer one that should go beep. It does. Where is this one? Shouldn't. Cool. Does. Doesn't. Switch. Now should get beep on this side. Ah. It would if the battery didn't just go flat. Awesome. But that's okay. We have sufficiently validated what I wanted to check. Now we want to check how long the wire that we're going to need. I don't really want to make it much longer than it needs to be. So we're going to go to about there. And then we'll do strippy wire, thing going again. We'll just actually get that drink out of the way. Don't want to spill that, panic, and then drop the soldering iron into my lap. That would be undesirable. So just tinning the wire initially. And same with that one. I'll put that down. Nasty tinned. Tin. Right, so we're going to hold that. It's going to go like that. No, we're going to go that way. Right, so the power output is going to go to this middle pin. A little bit of flux. Going to make sure we get a good see. Going to go right up next to it. I want a bit more of a blob of solder on that. We've got solder on both pieces, so we're going to heat it up. Hold it. Blow. That's good. Benefit of hindsight, let's take that off. What I might just do, again, because of the fact that there's chances for stuff to go wrong when it's inside and you can't leap in and disconnect batteries easily, we're just going to put a little bit of heat shrink over it. So we'll wind that back, come back again. Great. We'll put the second one in. I don't have to worry about the heat shrink on there. Which way have we got it at the moment? We've got it down. Oh, we see there's a blob there we don't like at all. So we're going to fix that up. Much nicer. Just going to make sure that there's nothing. Don't want any contact unless I want contact. So I'll leave that in the off position. Let's go that way. All right, so we are not tinned. So let's go tin. I'm just going to hold one side. We'll do it on this one here, a little blob there. Don't need too much. I hold one side and then push the wire into the solder. And I find for me, that was just how I did it. It's not like I followed anyone's instructions as such. I just figured that that worked for me best. Now before putting my heat shrink on, just checking that that's a good solder. Yeah, that's a good solder. So I can now move the heat shrink up on both sides so that there's protection between both sides of the terminal. So there's nothing that, like if the wire bends or anything like that, then this can help just a little bit of extra protection to stop that. Let's get the drink out of the way. It really is in the way, isn't it? Just stop that from happening. Just a soldering heat gun. A few seconds. And hey presto. We are... Herein lies the first problem with... Is there any... No, there's no point. I will go and charge the battery on the battery powered glue gun. It is now off on the charger. What I could do... I'm not gonna... Yeah, I could do... Right, so battery charger is charging the batteries. What I can start doing do that to there. What I can start doing is the rest of the wiring. Alrighty, we're back. Nothing like checking your video to see what happened. Just enough heat left in that heat gun to do what I need to do, which is stick it. Gonna stick it right there. Right here. This is what happens when you overheat a servo kit, but I do want that wire, so I'll keep that because that's nice thin flexible wire. So, next step. Next bit is, this is the DF player. It's an MP3 player. It's got an SD card. Let's grab an SD. 32 meg one. Do we need a 32? I guess I'm going to do a 32 meg. I really don't need a 32 meg. Alright, everything's a 32. Guess that's what I was buying. In the rubbish. don't have any scissors with me. Next best thing. I will need to load in the MP3 files for it. Don't care about the adapter. I have so many of those, it's not funny. And hey Prestamundo, we're ready to go. We're also going to need to get a speaker, and I need a small speaker. So let's look in the pile of stuff. Again, once you start building stuff, you end up, I always order like more than one. I find that stuff invariably breaks at some point. You screw something up, you need another one. And when buying from overseas, there is nothing worse than having to wait like 4 to 6 weeks for it to arrive. So I always buy extras. And I'm just running out of storage for all of the extras. That's the only catch. Alrighty, so what we're going to do here. Let's do that. We are going to wire up the speakers first. Doesn't need to be particularly long. Let's go to about here and we'll figure it out in a second. I can get rid of these out of the way. Different colour wire, always handy. Lay down some flux. It's going to tin the wire. Wasn't so good. Maybe I didn't have enough on that end. Yep, that's better. Place it in. Select. Hold it still. Let it cool. Sometimes it's really easy just to let it go too soon. Done. Now for this one, what I might do I have some small pliers? No, but I've got big pliers. Let's go grab big pliers. So I know that the wires, I don't want the wires coming that way, but I can have them going out the side. So I'm just going to bend these. In fact, I'll bend all 3 of these. These DF players, well, I've had some quality control issues with chipsets. They're bloody good. For certainly what they are in terms of price. and what you can actually do with them. So you can control volume, select a song, skip. It's got serial control. Very, very cool. And they're really compact, and I think it's like a 2-watt output amp, which is more than enough for like a tiny speaker, even one bigger than that. Yeah, you don't want a huge amount of noise from these things, but very cool for the price, which is bugger all. Now, again, bunch of terminals poking out. Don't want them to short. We'll use, remind me to do this. We're going to use some heat shrink on this one. So first off, we're going to kind of get a sizing of where it's going to go. We think it's going to go about there, and then we can put this one roughly here. So we want this to be, yeah, okay, so we'll line it up for there, and that gives us heaps of space. And if we go to here, that's just how I'm trying to work out what my wiring length should be. Let's make it like that roughly. So it's not even, but I've kind of gone like that because I know that's just how it's going to go. So we are going to strip the ends, little blob, tin it, blob, tin it. 2 short pieces of heat shrink. So positive and negative, it really doesn't matter in these if you're only using a single speaker. So you don't have to worry about phasing or anything like that. So we know it's going to go like that, therefore this one needs to be the longest. Let's bring this over. Get rid of this wire now. Too many batteries. So shortest one here. Definitely want to have a little bit of solder for this one. Probably don't even need flux for this. Let's try, see how it comes up. Cool. I will use flux for the next one. Listen there. It just didn't flow quite as nicely. You really want the solder to naturally follow the line of the piece that you're soldering. So a little bit in both. It's so much nicer. It's never too late either. Let's go tidy up the last one. So one looks like a nice blob and one looks, I don't know. That is somewhat better than it was. Cool. So we're going to place, so we'll hold that off for a moment. We are going to need a ground wire. So let's go create a ground wire. You could measure it first, but I'm not. Can't be bothered. I do have a time constraint. I'm building this today, so it's more about completing this today than following what would be the least wasteful path of resistance. There we go. And we drop it. I don't know how many times I'm going to drop stuff today. Oh, not you too. You stay there. Right, we are going to put a little blob of flux. We got a little blob of solder. Looking good. Just check the solder joints. Yep, they look solid. Don't want it like a cold solder joint. Let's grab a third one of those. Heat gun, shot of heat, both sides, just so it evenly shrinks the heat shrink. That's great. Cool. Alright, gonna do the same thing again, this time with a red. Strip. Turn the end. Cut the heat shrink in a moment. All right. And gold. You don't want to breathe it. Righty. Next, I've got the receive and the transmit. And the reality is only the receive, I think it is, needs a 1K resistor. But I'm going to do both. And that's partly because the output from Mi Pro, I think from memory, is 5 volts, whereas expecting a 3 volt input. So let us see what we can find. So this one, I like to do like a little loop. Cut the end and squeeze together, because I'll do a blob of solder to hold that together, just to give it a bit more strength. Because what I'm going to do is actually wire this one in line with those clips. So there's the first one. Let's see if we can do that without losing it. And we'll try again on that one. Cutting down there. Gold. I might just bend these ones up a little bit more, just because they're going to stick out. And we know that the shape of that is curved. So because it's going to stick out, I don't want it to dig into the side and put more pressure than it needs to on those pieces. Similarly, I want a fairly lightweight wire, which this will do. Let's do 2 of those at the same length. Now, the smart way would be to have, I do really want a thin wire for this one, because this is one of the ones which is going to come up, loop, and connect to the top one. So everything else can be zip tied in place, not really an issue. This one really does, I can save that wire for later because I do need red and black. This one really does need to be thinner and reasonably flexible. Ideally I'd have 2 different colors, just so I know which is transmit and which one's receive. But I've got a 50-50 chance, and if I get it wrong, I can just change which the serial pins are and swap them around in the code, which is really easy to do. And then just reflash the code through to it again. So again, I'm gonna put these side by side and strip. Don't you roll away. I know you want to. Okay, blob solder and tin. Blob solder and tin. Cool, I just tin. Cool. Must remember to put the so let's try and do this. So this one's going to require just a little bit of extra heat shrink on them. She went really well. He's been surprised by his own work. So that's okay too. Let's, for both of these, put on another little globule and another globule of flux. And dunk. Blue and white. Bit more solder, get ready, place it into the flux, apply heat. Yep, that looks okay. So we've got heat shrink for that one. We need to create a bit longer for this one. So about there. So we'll create 2 of those at the same length, just so it looks nice. And heat shrink for that one. And the heat shrink just gives, like the wire on those resistors isn't that strong, so having a little bit of heat shrink on top of it as well. Not a huge amount, but it does make a difference. Just in strengthening that joint, holding things together, less likely to break off. Remember, do both sides. Sweet. And that just makes sure that we're pretty evenly done. Okay, so looking good. So that goes there. That's going to be a position for. I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap so we can run wires down the side here, because ultimately from here, once we actually we could go right the way to there and then do it over the top. Yep, I think we could do that. So we do it that way. So we'll do it to there. That will be placed there. That's going that way anyway. So what would be really good would be a glue gun. So let's go grab that battery from the charger. Right. One battery. Not fully charged, but 2 out of 3. Ain't bad. So we've got a few things that we're going to do. This is going to be in here, that goes there. These wires are going to come up and around, and we'll start zip tying stuff together. That's going to come through like that. That one's going to come through like that. Yep. Looking all okay. We will need to do the battery soon. So what I might do, I think I'm going to make that one positive and then that one negative. Just because. So we're going to cut that one. Let's go you're there, you're there. So she could probably lose another bit. With my last one of the realizations is while you don't want to have your wires too short, at the same time having them long is equally a problem. So trying to avoid that as best I can. Alrighty. So we've done that one. Let's strip solder and actually do the switch. Let's do the switch. We know that that's going to be a problem. Don't like miss. He says as his study is an absolute filth pit and really needs to be so badly cleaned. If anyone wants to clean my shit up. it's progressed enough that I think that I will now do the, because I really want to do the, I want to solder this LiPo board on and glue it on while the glue gun's still hot. So we poked it through. Let's move that out of the way, don't want to burn. In fact, I'll temporarily turn that off just so I don't waste the battery. So I can always wait for it to heat up. But if it's going to take me maybe I'll keep it going. It's going to take too long. So we want a big blobby. That's better. So that looks good. So I can see a few things I need to do. One of them is I really need to get the glue right down in there. But first of all, off. Make sure that it is off. It is off. I'm going to be really careful with this next little bit because from here on, you really don't want it to be shorting. Let's get rid of that. So I've just squirted a bit more glue in around that switch area because I really don't want that to fall out. Now this next piece I need to make high enough so we can put in a big old globby piece of so just hold that in place. It's all neatly down there. Then I want to put a blob of glue right there. Which will just hold in place. So this side probably has the most of the soldering fiddly stuff from a soldering perspective. The top part is one that's got more wires. It's relatively straightforward, other than the LED light, and that is a fiddly pain in the butt. But yeah, this one isn't too bad. It just takes time just to go through and do each little bit. This has probably been a few hours already to get to this point. But we don't actually have that much left to do on this piece to the point where we could actually operate this relatively much now, really. We've basically got these two that'll go through to the top. Each of these wires will go to the top. I need to bring that up the other side, and this one is another one that we'll bring to the top. Let's try and keep everything. Might keep that underneath that. We'll have a zip tie at the back here holding these together, just to like a lightweight one. I think that might be the way to go. And that's good enough. Right, so in that case, let us do this next. So I'm going to put a bit of hot glue across here, a bit of hot glue across here, and that should be enough to hold it in place. And let's do another blob down the middle there. We know that we've got all our wiring all sorted, and we know that worst case we can swap these two around in the code, so I can commit to that now being glued in. The SD card's removable, so I can change or put more sound files in. Alright, and we'll put a blob of glue on the underside of this one too. And we'll turn that off. Just lift in a little bit, but to be honest, really doesn't matter. I just don't want it to fall around. No one likes one to fall around. So these can go here. What I might do is just get like a really small zip tie. There are plenty of zip ties in this thing. So I'm just going to zip tie this servo lead just to the cable that's coming out of the switch. And the reason I'm doing that is I just want to make sure that it's always got clear. Make it a bit tighter. That it's got clearance from the servo here. So if I tie it that way, making sure it's still off. Yeah, if I tie it that way, then if this moves, I can have plenty of room on this if I need to later on, because I'm going to have to tie this up. Servo moves, it's not going to hit the leads here at all, which is good. So let's start soldering. So if I do this one next. So for this one, I'm just not even going to bother with. Oh, yes, I will. Why say you won't when you will? Right. What I do need is to find the solder that rolled away. I'm going to do a place these just a little bit further away than the ones I've just done. I don't ideally want to do it like right on top. I am going to need to use some of this fatter red and black though, because there's a reasonable amount of power that comes up between the lower board and the upper board, because there's still 1, 2, 3, 4 servos in the top. And while it doesn't have the amplifier, it's still 4 servos, a touch sensor, and also the Mini Pro. Let's check that one there and that one there. Separate them. Keep them separated. Okay. Lightly tinned. Tinny. Sorry, you get dad jokes at times. Things that just aren't funny, but it's just what's going through my head. Right, so this is the power line that's going to go up to the top board. It's not going to be a whole lot, it's going to kind of go like that. This is going to come up with it. This is going to come up with it, and these are going to come up with it. Stunk. So on this end, all we've got left to do is these two. So the positive and negative from the DF player. I'm going to create, that's going to go that way. That's going to go there. So that's going to get cut there. We are going to tin. This time it's going to be on this side. I don't like that sold. Yeah, that's what I thought. plenty of solder in there. Just didn't want to melt in. That's better. I might just turn up just a smidgen. Let's cut it there. That. Bit of flux, bit more solder. Try not to put the solder above your hands when you do it. So if you ever drop, you will be soldering your fingers, and rest assured, let me do that for you. That hurts. Don't make that mistake. We can take another zip tie. Before we do that zip tie, let's figure out what we're going to do with this wiring. Start by decoupling. Let's do it to about there. So this is the last of the wiring, but I do need to keep those little bits of thin wire because they're super helpful. That one especially is, he says as he throws the other one, is really, really good for the LED light that moves, because there's a small servo, and just the easier that you can make that to move for it, the better the result. We're nearly there. Let's stop dilly-dallying and let's start painting. be prepared that when you tin, the wire will go back ever so slightly. It will shrink. So don't cut it with a point that you've got a whole heap exposed, because you will just end up with even more exposed than you originally started with. That was a mess. Might just do this by hand. Yep, yep. No screwdriver to screw up. All right. Put that there. There we go. We're just going to use that to hold that back. And then chest. Yeah. Park that here and we'll move on to the next piece. I just want to keep that here so it doesn't get scratched, because it really can get scratched. That there is the sensor. Where did I put? This is making the same mistake twice. I'm going to need to get the bus bar that goes in here. This effectively slides down, so there's 3 wires that go into that. Let's do something thin like this one. Let's chop a chunk off. Again, more than I need. This doesn't have to touch the plate. This is actually reasonably sensitive. It's just as you approach it, it detects your finger, which is great. Put all 3 there. What I don't want is lots poking out the back end of it. So we've got a ground, an IO, and a VC. So I'm going to go white in the middle. So again, I'll tin them just so they don't splay out when I try and push them through the hole. Invariably catch one piece, and then it just makes a mess of it. So I want IO in the middle. So I in the middle is white. Let's make sure we've got a good bond. VC is on there. I don't even have to move it from the flux time. And a little bit more solder. We've got the flux here already. That looks good. I'll just trim the top bits off. Let's be clear, you're not going right the way down or anything like that, just enough to so that it doesn't stick out a whole heap. So double checking, we've got VCC red, IO is white, ground is black. We can figure out where this is all going to go, but that goes in there. Let's see, how does it differ from the size of the hole here? Okay, so the first call out is it's slightly wider than the hole. So that's no problem, we will sand it. It certainly looks like there's room on the side, so we're gonna gently sand. It also doesn't help that you can get parts that are left from when you break it off from the other boards. So this one definitely has parts from the other board. So gentle sand will be no problem. You just don't want to start cutting into the circuitry. This one's got more room on this side. See how much left. Left. So close. I'm just gonna go. Keep going. That's about as far as I want to do it, and let's see if that does. And that does it. Perfect. I think we'll just use hot glue rather than super glue, because if I need to change it or if I've made a mistake, super glue is going to be really difficult to get off. On the other hand, hot glue will be just fine. So steps from here, we are going to put this in, we're going to solder that to here, we're going to solder this, this and this. Kind of goes like that. And this one goes well. So these are kind of like down, round, up goes a boozy boozy bump. So something along those lines. And then we'll do the LED after that, and then we'll wire it up. So there's actually 2 LEDs. I do need to change the code because the LEDs that I've got left at the moment are RGBW ones rather than just RGB neopixels, which is fine. I just need to change one of the parameters to change it from RGB to RGBW. And then if I want to use white, for example, then it's just adding an extra parameter for the white value. Right, okay, so just ever so slightly, we'll just put a double here just to get started. Took too long. Got too cold too quick. One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. All right, it's going to count and wait. That should be good enough. Alrighty, now we start wiring this bad boy up. So you're going to wire directly onto the Arduino itself. Actually, let's see if we can find what I did with the bus bar. There we go. We should not glue this one down now. That's great. Right, let's start figuring out where everything goes. I've done it again. Clearly I need to put a little bit more glue. That's fine. No problem for that. I thought Less will be more. Right. That doesn't belong there, by the way. That's just connected to another piece. It's connected to the other side. So this is the piece that actually keeps the bottom piece connected to this top piece. So there's a screw on the other side where we've got that V-shaped that we can still get to and basically screw into this, and that holds the two parts together. Right, so we will consider this left flap, right flap. It's left, it's right. So left fin. First of all, we're going to cut the end here. Let's make that like right here. Keep that. And we're going to pause. All right. So we're just going to put a little blob of solder. You really want it to like show as like one blob. There shouldn't be a line between it. Like that's my problem with this. There we go. Otherwise you can find that you've got a bad solder joint. Let's do that one there. Soldering again, just checking for a good join. There, oh bugger. Did go way too soon. That looks good. Right. Stripped and we apart and tin. It's gonna be a long day. Right. That was a good one. I'm going to place you right there. Sorry, you won't be able to see this, but it's going to make a good joint. Right, again, going to chop the clip. Don't need that. That can go in the bin. Imaginary bin behind me. That's going to go straight through. And that's going to go to here. There we go. I'm going to chop. Chopper, 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 chop. Again, keep that. We're going to need it. It'll be interesting to see if I need a bunch of capacitors for this one. The last one I definitely needed capacitors to keep it running. Just because that board just doesn't output enough current. Just remembering to tin first, just to make life easier. Just that was a good one. Like soldering onto solders. Oh, a lot easier than. Cool. That is looking solid. All right. So we want to go left fin, right fin. That's your left fin. So this is left fin. Left fin goes to 1, 2, 3, 4. Left fin, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now it begins. So this is the stuff that you do want to get right. So that way from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to push it all the way through, and then we're going to push it back. And we're going to do a dribble. Cool. So that's the first one. The right fin is 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. So that goes into hole number 7. Wind it back. Little blob of that. Be done. goes like that. Yellow is the servo, the little one. Z-axis is this one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to go straight across. I think we'll just go straight across for this one. Get glue gun out of the way. Right. That's cool. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that goes to A0. 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 So those are all now done. What we do need to do is wire up the posies. I think I'm going to go here. Going to go like that. Actually, I don't want the power sag, so I'm going to go with a thicker wire. And that's going to go there. There's a useful handy holder. this is going to go like that. Actually, let's make it individual. We don't need to. Right. Right. We'll come back to that one. Cool, that's good. I can trim the little blobbies off. There we go. Okay, so we've done that. We need to do the LEDs now. And then join the two puppies up. So I want to take a break and come back. Alright. So now it is time we're going to start doing the LEDs now, because we are almost there. We have press fitted that silver piece in, so that's now in. I am going to have to make the dome piece for this, And that dome is made from a top of a 40cm Christmas ornament. So that dome looks like that, but we have to cut it with a Dremel. So we basically line it up, cut it with a Dremel, and then sand it down so it fits in nicely into this piece here. And then this pressure fits into that with any luck very nicely. So, in the interest of what needs to be done, we need a short and a long. So in this one, we're going to go from here to here. So that's going to go like that. So we will just do that's in, that's out, minus a little bit of flux across there. Just going to grab some solder, just pre-solder this. And this one only needs it on one side. Alrighty. So first one, we'll keep them all about the same length. We measure this up. It's going to go like that. It's going to go in that hole. About there. So I want slack because the eyepiece moves. So we do want to let it move a bit. Let's keep that about the same length. One, two. So in this case, I take it from the out of the first, and that goes to the in of the second. before I do that, I do need to remember that the wire has to go through the hole. So let's not make that mistake. Let's just carry on and separate the wire. I think that is not it. That is it. That's a shame. Might need that later. Cool. Right, so that's the ground. Fiddly widdly, and that's in. So best trying to untangle. That's going to go there. Right. Right. So next we're going to make another. So this one goes for the servo to move the. Oh, I just got to grab the. So first one is about a 2mm bend. Cool. Next we need 17 mils. It's measured from the inside. Right, that should do. So what we're going to do is make sure we've got it around the right way. So we go that way. Which means the hoops could be on that side. Right, so we're going to put the old glue gun back on again. Let's go that way. So we're going to line up the holes on that side with the fact that there's a hole on that side there. And I want the wires on this side. So the wires are on the same side as the hole, because that's where the relief hole is. So I'm just going to wait for the glue gun to heat up. How much is left on the battery? Yep, we've got 1 bar left. We only did a little charge anyway. And once we've done this, we're almost done. It's the amazing thing. after I've done this, I'm going to continue with the putting the head in with the servo, wiring the servo up, then doing the wiring, and then we'll do the domes very last. I think that's the way we'll do it. And then we'll compress the two pieces together. Before we can press them together, we also need to check all of the things are centered and go to the right place and turn in the right way. Right, okay, so ready to go. It's on that way. Let's try that again. A2 took too long. Right. Right, let's just trim that corner off. Almost done. So now we want to Let's check. No, that's too fat. So I'm just putting right. Let's trim that. So just using a little bit of out of the way. Just making sure we got free movement. It's only a tiny servo and we don't want to burn it out. Right, so for this one, we're going to go through so it's going to be poking out. Right, let's squeeze. Right, that goes there. Right. don't want to have to glue this one. Right, now this one, we do have to trim off these tabs. I only need one side, but I can never remember which, so I just do both. We are going to be like that. Cool. And we need that glue gun again. Just trim that a little bit better, just so I can get nice and close. Let's trim away from the cord. Don't want to cut the cord by accident. And we want one of these. So we want the middle hole apparently. Okay, definitely not going to fit. Alright, so that was just drilled with a 1mm screw. Sorry, 1mm drill bit. And we will put the glue directly on here. This isn't screwed on or anything like that, it's just yeah, of course, managed to get glue into the servo one. Alright, we'll leave this for now because we're gonna have to hot glue that, but we do need to start cutting this. And let's do here. Just like that. Right, let's look at this yellow one is the very bottom one. nicely. A little drop of flux. Some solder on that. Nice. Let's trim off the top. That's about where my ends are now. Alright, let's 10 away. 10 away, 10 away. Cool. That actually came out pretty good. This is the way that we're going to do it. x-axis 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. So I'm going to do the legs. So if that's the legs, then after the legs is the x-axis, and the x-axis is this one here. That becomes 3, and 3 is the x-axis. Yep, that's good. Poke it through, poke it back. Small dollop of flux. Bit of solder. Make sure it's liquid. Trim, just so it's not too just don't want it to be sticking out too much, that's all. Okay, so if those are there, then this is the X and Y. So we've got 50-50-50 chance, sorry, 50-50 chance of getting this right. And this is right down to these two. So I'm not even going to trim. I'm just going to remove the end, tin and solder. And as I said, it doesn't really matter on these two. Ideally I would have color coded it so I knew exactly which is which, but I have the resistor in there, so all I need to do is change the code if I need to. Small dollop. Again, just going to do a bit of a trim just to cut that back because I don't need all of that. And that, my friends, apart from, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do that one. flux, these ones. It's already got some flux on it. And LED is the last one up here, so we're going to do a reasonably long one. That's a good one. We will use this. We're just going to hot glue this in here. Just while we wait for the hot glue gun to go, I will just copy files across onto there. And we are going to insert the SD card back again. We are going to attempt to insert the... We're going to fail miserably trying to insert the SD card back in again. There we go. Right. I'm going to make this diamond. Or should I make it just lining up. Right, so I'm going to tuck these wires behind. And the LED is going to go all the way there. So I'm just going to cut there. Right. Very close now. Then we start trying. I might just tune it on with the normal code rather than the setup code, on the basis that I will figure it out. So that becomes number 7. No, 1. It's 2, and that's 7 up. That's what I was thinking, 7. So right, we poke that back through. A little bit of flux. We're almost there. Probably only 2 more. Two more soldiers to go. Right. So now it's all of the soldering on this. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Now we're just going to do that. I've got the servo for the eye at the front first. I'm going to do this little baby one just here. You can go. So we're almost done with the electronic pieces now. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just going to try and do this one up near the front. Right. Right, so we're just going to try and get a decent, oh please don't burn me. Okay, there's one. Alrighty, so now first pop fizz, turn it on, let's see what happens. Should we test it first? No. Let's see if it detects. Okay. So, based on my previous experience with doing the same one, it's almost certainly a voltage issue and a voltage sag when everything starts up. But what we're going to do is we're going to chuck the serial cable on, and let's go have a look at, we'll do some debugging to figure out what it is. Remembering, in this case, yellow is 5 volt. 1, 2, 3. So we want to go this way. So this is where it's important that you haven't wired up the arm servos. Right, so we're going to get a serial monitor. Let's go restart. Never have Cura open at the same time as Arduino. The Arduino IDE. Otherwise it thinks that the serial port is being blocked. There we go. Initializing LED, touch sensor okay, servos okay, audio okay, start program. Okay, so we did have to swap things out. So it seems by sanding back, we ever so slightly damaged, it must be the ring, I'm guessing, around the touch sensor. Because it's now working. So if I hold that, it will wake up. Let's do a reset, plug her in. Yeah, she's fully alive. We can change color. Oh, I can send her to sleep. Right. That's pretty cool. So we're going to throw that one away because that's now batu. Rubbish. Right, so if that is in the off position, what we do need to do is now go create the arms for over here. So we can do that right now. So first we need to work out whether or not it'll fit this thicker wire. If it does, we'll use it. It doesn't. So we're going to use this other wire here. For about 17 millimeters. That's 17 millimeters from the inside. Right. Let's make it slightly wider than it needs to be. And we're going to poke that through, go around like that. Through. So we want to make that. So really we want to make that longer. So that's the first good test. I probably don't actually need to make a new one. I can just bend this one back. Right, okay, so that's closed. So let's try. So I think DNI 6 and 7 and 6. throw that. Right, so can't upload new code if you don't plug it in. All right. So we've just changed the startup sound. I've just got rid of some of the serial debugging that I had going on. Just uploading that. Got to remember to make sure you turn serial monitor off before trying to upload, because it won't do it otherwise. I think that's all I need to do for the serial debugging. I'll just quick check that that's working as expected. Yep. So on that basis, I am now going to remove that card. And See if this is it. Alright, let's just check to see if that works. So we just put the servo on based on its, hopefully its off position. Okay, yeah, that works. So, hot glue time. So what we've got to hot glue now is we've got to put in that touch sensor and just glue it back in there. I'm just going to put a dab across there, and then for this servo I'm going to press it in place and then just put a bit of glue on each side. So step one is the sensor, and we might even put in the little rub screw for that tiny little servo. Ones, or is it that one? There she is. That tiny little screw. Just waiting for the glue gun to heat up. We having little fingers would be really nice. Certainly this one's come out better than the first one from a wiring layout perspective. So the other one worked perfectly fine, but I'm a little bit more comfortable that I've got wires shorter than the previous one. It just kind of meant the other one felt like it was being stuffed together to make it all fit, which it was because it had quite a lot of wiring that was in there. So yeah, happy the second time. I was happy the first time, but it has been fussy. Right, so next we'll put a blob of glue. So I just wait for that to set. I don't think I'll put any more glue in there. I think that's good enough. I could do a blob just there. So next one, we're going to do another one of these things. So it's about a 17, 18. So we do a zigzag. And this is where the piece goes in like that. I reckon this one might be closer to the truth. I reckon, yeah. Not that one, not that one, it's the little one with one hole. So where we're up to, we're going to do that one, we're going to do that one, then we have to do the Z-axis, which makes it go up and down. And then we're probably almost done. Almost done. We'll check out the legs. Make sure the legs work okay. I think I'm going to actually just modify this one so it never goes further than the... Because I don't want this one to poke out, because then it might damage one of these fairly thin wires. Whereas if I go like that, Let's test. So we want that to be gonna make it just here, just like the other one. It just could do with a little bit more. Cool. Right, let's check that. Much better. Remove this screw because the screw doesn't belong there. That was just to help pull it in and out for me. What I don't know is, let's have a nosy. is just a single, same one of those. Cool, we're going to do one of those again. Well, that's unfortunate. That has bent. Yeah. Look at this. This is really annoying. Right. Alright, we're going to remake that one. That one sucked. Okay, so for that piece, 17. That's fine. We'll get rid of this. Let's line this up. Right, okay. Let's try